Hello? 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 I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. Reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Only one monitor works. Hello? I am talking to no one. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. Reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. Hello? I am talking to no one. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. Reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. Hello? I am talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. Hello? I think I want this one. I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. I guess I want this one. Hello? I think I want this one. I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. I guess I want this one. Hello? I think I want this one. I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. I guess I want this one's wrong. I think I want this one. I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. I guess I want this one's wrong. I think I want this one. I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. Only one monitor works. I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out what's wrong with my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. This is only one monitor works. Like, I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. This is only one monitor works. Like, I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. This is only one monitor works. Like, I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. There's no only one monitor works. Like, I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. There's no only one monitor works. Like, I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. There's no only one monitor works. 3. I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. There's no only one monitor works. 3. I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I reset my system trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. Thank you for listening. There's no only one monitor works. 3. I guess I want this one's wrong. What is wrong with this stupid thing? I'm talking to no one. I am goofy looking. I have to re-download everything. I have to redo everything. I have a monitor problem. I'm trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. Damn, my computer's fucked up. I also have a live streaming problem. There is one person watching my live stream. Which started 8 minutes ago. My problem was wrong. And that one person is stupid. I'm talking to no one. Monitor problem. I have to re-download everything. I have a monitor problem. I'm trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. My live stream all glitchy and slow. I also have a live streaming problem. There is one person watching my live stream. Which started 8 minutes ago. My problem was wrong. And that one person is stupid. I'm talking to no one. I feel like I'm glitching. I have a monitor problem. I'm trying to figure out if I'm talking to you. I'm sorry. My stream all glitchy and slow. I also have a live streaming problem. There is one person watching my live stream. Which started 8 minutes ago. My problem was wrong. And that one person is stupid. I'm talking to no one. I feel like I'm glitching. I have a monitor problem. I'm sorry. My stream all glitchy and slow. I also have a live streaming problem. There is one person watching my live stream. Which started 8 minutes ago. It just makes me one person do drugs. Talking to no one. I feel like I'm glitching. I meant to go to the store to buy more drugs today. I'm sorry. I'm glitchy and slow. I also have a live streaming problem. There is one person. The usual anxiety started 8 minutes ago. It just makes me one person do drugs. Talking to no one. I feel like I have more drugs here. I meant to go to the store to buy more drugs today. I'm sorry. I'm glitchy and slow. I also have a live streaming problem. There is one person. The usual anxiety started 8 minutes ago. It just makes me one person do drugs. Talking to no one. I feel like I have more drugs here. I meant to go to the store to buy more drugs today. I'm sorry. I'm glitchy and slow. But I also have a live streaming problem. There is one person. The usual anxiety started 8 minutes ago. It just makes me one person do drugs. Talking to no one. I have more drugs here. I meant to go to the store to buy more drugs today. I'm sorry. I'm glitchy and slow. but
Not
kind of
a lot
adjust all the settings
of
again.
settings.
No, the usual anxiety starts
Why
8 minutes
not
ago.
start on more?
It's
Just
just,
to make it
yeah, you want
person
to do
do
this
this
drugs.
Y'all talking about brand new
I have more
religion,
drugs here.
like,
I just muted whatever the fuck that was. What's making noise? Ow. Move over. I feel like that's the wrong person. No, stay there. Fucker. I feel like I'm on the wrong person. I feel like I don't know who I am anymore. I like it. You can't turn on my PC. Does it think they're on my PC? It does think it's on my PC. I don't know what I'm doing. I fucked up. I did something, I fucked up. My computer doesn't work anymore. You can't see the dog. My computer works, but it doesn't work like it used to. Fucked up. I'm gonna fix it. I'm upset. I don't know where I put my other vape. Oh, wait a minute. I got them all right here. Nice. Nasatava. That's drugs, man. That is also drugs. That one didn't hurt. That one's kind of heavy. This one says I need to charge it. Doesn't say I need to. It just says the battery is not at. I don't know. Green. I got a red bar, a yellow bar, and 2 green bars, and this one was currently at the yellow. So I unplugged it. And this one here, though, I'm gonna switch it from the Satava to the Indica. If that's okay with everybody else. Am I showing too much leg? I feel like I'm showing too much leg. But it does say that there's only one person watching. Me, so it's alright. It's the amount of leg is acceptable. Acceptable. It's acceptable. Yeah, okay, I'm showing leg, but it's acceptable amount of leg. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that it's acceptable? How much leg am I showing? I'm showing an acceptable amount of leg because I'm the only one here to judge how much leg that I'm actually showing, and I think that my amount of leg that I'm showing is acceptable. Because there's no one else here to judge it. So I think 100% of the people all agree that the amount of leg being shown on the screen right now is acceptable. I do believe that any more leg might venture into the territory of unacceptable. But right now, I think we're okay. But again, it's just one man's opinion because there's only one man on this live stream, and that's me. So, one person watching it and one person actually grading it. Because I'm looking at the count right there and it says 1. And that 1 be me. And I think it might actually like give you 1. So I think it's actually supposed to say 2. I don't know. It only says 1. And that's me. Because I'm looking at it right there. If I'm watching my own live stream, I assume that I count. I'm somebody. I'm pretty sure. I didn't put a new one on here, man. It's not turning. Philly Ben. There we go. Got it, man. This here is an indica. The other one was a Satava. This is Northern Lights. It's a 100% pure indica strain. Well, Northern Lights is 100% pure indica strain. This was labeled as Northern Lights, but that doesn't mean that this is a pure indica strain. The odds of it actually being pure Northern Lights are slim. But if you ever do get pure Northern Lights, you're getting 100% indica strain, which is kind of rare. Durban Poison is a 100% Sativa strain. I was just doing the Sativa Durban Poison. Now I'm doing an indica. Wow, that one was a lot easier to hit too. God damn it. Every time I move this, it gets smaller, and I don't want it to. I want it to stay the same. I want it to stay the same, but it won't stay the same. It keeps getting changing. I live stream so I don't blow my brains out. There's nobody here I can talk about suicide. No one cares. Oh, let me double check here. One watching now. Started 21 minutes ago. Eventually the algorithm will catch this and throw it out there to somebody, or eventually somebody will watch one of my videos, like my video shorts, and say, oh, it says live there in the corner. I'll click on it. Maybe they're not showing that to any of my videos. No one's looking at it. I don't. Nobody cares. Yeah, I understand that. That makes more sense. I mean, I'm not exactly an award-winning live streamer slash short maker. My video shorts are phenomenal for people who don't do anything at all in their videos. They just sit there and talk while staring deadpan into the screen. No special effects, no editing, no music, no fun, no animals, no pretty people. Just, this. So for that it's great. You know how hard it is to add music to a video? It's like really fucking simple. Apparently, I can't do it. I mean, I haven't tried. I don't know. I don't know stuff. Don't do drugs. But more importantly, don't take advice from some rando on the internet. Live streaming is my anti-suicide. Not today, maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna get that tattooed on my arm. I have a tattoo on my other arm. You can't see it. It's for the same general reason I'm suicidal. Not today, maybe tomorrow on this arm. It says organ donor. I just want to make sure they keep me on ice until, I get there. If it's one of those situations where I'm still viable. This is good stuff. I need to eat more edibles, but I don't want to get up because shitface here thinks that it's time for him to have his last meal. I don't want to say the wrong word, And if I say the wrong word, then he jumps up. He's going to jump up anyway, May tomorrow never come. Wow, I have wished that before going to bed many times. Theoretically or philosophically, there's no such thing as tomorrow. Tomorrow is a concept. It's not an actual thing. It's just an idea. It's not tangible. It's not achievable. It's not reachable. You'll never get there. It'll never happen. It doesn't matter what you do. You'll never, ever reach tomorrow. Ever. What is tomorrow? A possibility? I guess that works. Tomorrow's a possibility. Tomorrow is just a possibility. Somebody's running in his sleep. Dude, shut up already. What a loser. Oh my god, all the fucking comments just popped up, and the fucking first one just says, okay, there's a bunch of comments on here, alright. But this says, dude, shut up already. What a loser. And there's 7 people watching now all of a sudden. That's interesting. Dude, shut up already. What a loser. That's awesome. Hold on. You understand, not found. The title of this video stream is not today, maybe tomorrow. Oh no, let's see here. I'm going to Not Found's YouTube channel just to see if they have any substance at all. They do not. You're nothing. I say as politely as I can. I really don't care to be polite about it, but okay. Boom. Okay. Now all the comments are gone again. So weird, man. And again, now it says no one person is watching. That's just so weird, man. Okay, here we go. Not Found. Dude, shut up already. What a loser. I'm waiting for Not Found to actually say something again just to see if they want to. If I'm gonna, can I block you? I haven't blocked anybody in a while and I'm excited about that. So if you want me to block you, I will. Just let me know. I will do it. I can block you. Alright, here we go. Kind hostilities. Hi, kind hostility. Hello, Spade and Graces. And Brianna, and there we go. Kind of Not Found is just having a bad day, I guess. Not Found is probably not here anymore. They probably bailed after making that statement. That's probably their thing. They come into a live stream and say something like that to everybody. You know, I know what I'll do. I've got it. I'm just going to block them anyway because I can. Hide user on this channel. Boom. Bye. They're gone. I can do that. I'm that kind of guy. So they're gone now. Goodbye. 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 Damn it, the dog is getting up because he wants to be a dick. I have to get up to get the edibles because I need to get higher. That was weird. I didn't press the 1 button. I hit the 2 button. That nating is fastened. Alright, does the microphone work? Does the microphone? Does the microphone? Does the microphone work? Does the microphone? Does the microphone? Does the microphone work? Does the microphone? Does the microphone? Does the microphone work? Microphone, 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 microphone work. Yeah, I gotta do something about this fucking dog, man. Have you seen him? He's little. Alright, move your legs. It's early, but I gotta do something about his dumbass. You're pretty, though. Pretty but dumb. Ow! Oh, both of my knees cracked. Oh, God, here we go. Ah. Okay. Good. Why did I get up? Gummies. Drugs. We're going for it. I've done. Judge. There's only 2 left. Two left of the 50s. There's now only 4 left of the hundies. Oh God. The water was good. Highly recommend. We're going back for another. Butter. Don't scratch on that door. I'm gonna have to go to the grocery store. Buy drugs. No, not the grocery store. Trail mix. Damn it, you dog. I love you. I love you, dog. Unreceived. I didn't get them right. Damn it. Lies. Pee. The dog peed. My turn. Let's touch the. Uh-oh. I'm on a trail mix. Nothing for you. I don't give you shit. That's right, buddy. I might have to actually leave the house. Like again. I don't want to. But I will. The trail mix. I already had. I ate the last of my frozen pizza. I might have to get more pizza. Not like frozen pizza from the grocery store. It's like pizza from the pizza place. And then I freeze it. Drugs. I took drugs. Oh God, that was good. Damn it. I had this memory. I don't think it qualifies as a flashback. I don't remember what prompted it though. But were you looking at? The bitch that raised me was asking me something about school. I don't remember what it was. That was elementary school, but I don't remember what she was asking me. Did I do something at school? Oh man. I think it was them asking her saying yes ma'am, no ma'am thing. She said she spoke to my teacher. That's what it was. Lied. What do I do? I got to dump it out somewhere. Just don't know where. protection. Oh yeah, I'm live streaming. Hello. I was flashing back. Definitely flashing back that time. The bitch that raised me all of a sudden out of nowhere decided that I was to refer to my teacher. I would say yes ma'am, no ma'am to my teacher when she spoke to me. Out of nowhere. And then I said, okay, knowing full well I wasn't going to do it. And then she asked me, have you been calling her yes ma'am? You're saying yes ma'am, no ma'am? And I said, yes, of course I had. So I said yes. And she said, I just got off the phone. I just called her and asked her that. And she said, you haven't been. And I said, you called her. Blatant, obvious lie. No way she called her. And she's like, uh-oh. She knew there was a problem. But she said, but she got stuck in her lie. She had to say yes. She said, yes. And I said, when? When did you call her? She's like, just now. I said, I didn't hear you on the phone. She's like, well, I did. I'm like, okay, well, what did she say exactly? And she just said, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what she said. I'm like, it does matter what she said. What did she say exactly? What were exact words? Anyway, she said you weren't doing it. I said, right, sure she did. And then she wound up leaving that conversation. The next day I went into school and I asked the teacher, I said, did my mom call you yesterday? And she said, no. I said, oh, really? And then she said, well, I wasn't home all night, so she might have called. And I just didn't answer. I said, did my mom talk to you last night? And she said, no. And I said, okay. She said she did. And it's like, what's the teacher going to do? Teacher going to lie and say, yeah, we talked. My next question would have been like, what did you talk about? And she would have got that wrong. All right. Went home and said my teacher didn't talk. Said you lied. She said, I only did that because you were lying. Or some shit like that. Like she didn't admit to lying. She said she was like something like she was bluffing in order to get me to lie or some shit like that. I don't know what it was, but no, she didn't lie. Drugs. Still flashing back. And she said, yeah, one time she lied to me about something, just blatantly lied. I don't remember what it was. Saying that she talked to somebody about something, said something I said, and it was just like, it was just a huge lie. To try and catch me up, try and get me to admit that I was lying about something. And later on, we had some argument about something, and then she said something, and I was blatantly lying about something. I just don't remember what it was. She said, "You being honest right now?" And I said, "I'm being just as honest as you were. You said this about that the other time." She said, "Oh, so you're lying?" And I said, and I stopped dead in my tracks like that. I said, "Oh, you mean you were lying?" She said, "What? No, no." But then why are you upset? She had to scramble and think about it. I said, "Were you lying? Were you lying?" I kept saying, "Were you lying? Were you lying?" And she eventually said, "Yes, yes, I was trying to." Just saying that was going to make me say I was lying right then and there, and I'm like, "Oh my God, you lied! What else have you lied about? You lie all the time." No, no. And I wasn't lying. I didn't lie. That wasn't a lie at all. That was just me trying to get you to admit you were lying. Some shit like that. God, she was saying anything she had to say, not to admit any kind of fault or blame, but anyway. Drugs. They were giving me money. The piece of shit people that raised me. Thousands of dollars a year. They said just for no reason. No strings attached. But they were treating me and my family like shit. And then there was an incident. Push came to shove. I was pissed. And I said, the money stops. We got problems. Until we solve these problems between the two of us, no money. It's going to change hands. They said, no, the money has nothing to do with the problems between us. And I said, the money absolutely has shit to do with the problems between us. So I stopped the money. I said, they're like, no, let's try to get the money. I said, no, how about we settle the problems really quickly then, and then the money can turn back on. Years passed. No resolution to the issues between us. They were not trying at all. And I eventually said, well, fuck you, I'm done. I tried. They didn't want to solve the problems. One of the last things I said was, you can send the money now, because since it has nothing to do with the problems between us. I said, I never want to speak to you again. Bye forever. You can send the money now because it has nothing to do with the problems between us. Haven't sent any money. Haven't seen any. And if they're just like, oh no, we don't have any way to send it. Well, they know where I live. They can mail a check. man. You know, if they were to come back around again, sniffing back around again, they won't. I could say that. Send the money first. That's awesome. Since it has nothing to do with the problems we have, that would show how serious they were about whatever that was they were trying to do. Like, where's the money? They said they were giving me $15,000 a year for nothing. I think the last time they gave me money, like it changed every year to year, but it was like 15 grand. And I was like, and we're and they said it had nothing to do with the issues that we have between us. Why aren't they still giving me the money? They can. There are issues between us. I don't want to talk to them ever. And it's like, well, I guess my opinion, my thoughts are, their thinking is, well, fuck him. If he's not going to talk to us, we're not going to send him any money. It's like, well, apparently the money is directly connected to the problems between us. Exactly as I said. I do. I hate those people. The two piece of shit people that raised me. I hate them with a passion. My God, the problem is I just keep remembering things. It's not that I remember them. It's not that I've forgotten this stuff. It's that I keep remembering it. I think of it in a different view. You know when that? Ugh. I vividly remember the bitch that raised me non-stop bullying me about having long hair. Just non-stop. It was just every day she had something to say about me having long hair. And yeah, and when I think back on these times, I'm like, where was her husband? What was he doing? When she was, body shaming me, about my hair. And the thing is, the real answer to the question, or the most important, where he was it doesn't matter. I mean, he was there, but what was he doing? It doesn't matter what he was doing. He wasn't being a parent. That he was not. He was failing miserably at being a father and a parent. He did not stop her. She was under the impression that her bullying me nonstop about having long hair was the right thing to do. He knew damn well that was not the right thing to do, but he didn't stop it. So the question is, who's worse? She thought she was right. She thought that was the best course of action to do. He knew damn well it wasn't, but he didn't stop it. So who's worse? It doesn't matter. They're both terrible people who'll never admit what they did wrong. I was an extremely picky eater as a child, and they would constantly give me foods that they knew I did not like because they were angry, and they were continued passive aggressive shit. So, like, making me sit at the kitchen table for long periods of time was just their thing. So just sit there, wouldn't eat it, and they would just make me sit there, and I wouldn't eat the food. They knew damn well I wasn't going to, so it was just pre-planned out. And the man just all kinds of just not all the terrible things they would say to me, whatever she would have to say to get me to eat it. That was the plan. Just say whatever she had to say to make me eat it, and then I would just sit there, and then she would just say, whatever she had to say to try and make sure it didn't happen again the next time. But it did. And then she has an older bastard child. He had a kid. And then when every single family function that kid was at, that kid ate peanut butter only. And when they were watching that kid, that's what the kid just ate. Well, it's the kid only wanted peanut butter. They gave the kid peanut butter only. I'm like, why is that okay? Is that okay with you? And they actively avoided these questions that I was asking. I'm like, so are you saying that your bastard child is a piece of shit parent and is doing the wrong thing with their child right now? Are you saying that you did the wrong thing when you raised me? And they wouldn't answer that question because they know now how amazingly badly they fucked up. Because there's whole crap loads of terms for all the things that they did with me. Like I'm autistic. Now that's so the food thing. There's all kinds of reasons why I don't eat foods. So the constant shaming about food, threatening about food thing, there's all kinds of words for that, and we know the long-term effects of it. And the body shaming about having long hair. And I was overweight for a while. They were calling me names. Didn't stop her bastard son from when he would call me names. When her husband wasn't around, they were different. When he was around, things were safer for me. Not safe enough, not by far, but safer. Had he not been there, I would not have survived my childhood. I would have took my life, no doubt about it. Well, shit, I almost did anyway. More than once. So had he not been there. But had the bitch that raised me not been there and her bastard older child not been there, just been me and her husband, I imagine it being very similar to a relationship like the relationship I have with my daughters right now. But I don't. I don't know. I don't know because he'll never. Man, dude's been so beaten down. The piece of shit that raised me, the asshole that raised me. Like, she's like, okay, we're changing the colors of the walls. And he's like, I have no opinion. Can you imagine getting to this point? I can. But can you imagine getting to the point where you have no opinion whatsoever? It's like, no, it's like, she's just like, what colors do you think we should paint the wall? And he's like, whatever you want. What do you want it to be? It's whatever you want. I have no opinion at all. There's absolutely no reason to even form an opinion or think about one because it doesn't matter because she is a whatever you want. Her goal is to try and get you to change your mind. She gets off on getting you to change your mind, on that power, that control over you. And he's so fucking beaten down. So it's better just to have no opinion whatsoever. See, if he would say, I want the walls to be blue, she would just be, why? Why do you want the walls to be blue? And they could just make a big, huge deal about it and be like, no, no, we're not going with blue. Just so why go through it? Why have an answer? Why go through the hassle of having an opinion? Like, sometimes she would pick colors and I know damn well he didn't like the colors of the walls, but it's like, it's better not to say anything. She's just like, well, what do you think of the walls? Do you think he's going to say, he's not, I don't know, I have no idea how he answers those questions when she's like, well, what do you think of the colors of the wall? Because there's times that the walls are painted and she hates it. It's just like painted again, a different color. Yeah, I can't imagine that. I mean, I can't imagine being that beaten down. I can't imagine being that beaten down because that's the way I was. I got to in my marriage. Like, what restaurant do you want to go to? It's like, why even make an opinion about what restaurant you decide? Just you decide. That's it. You decide. No, tell me what kind of food you want, or just narrow it down or some shit like that. And it's like, there's just no point in doing that. Just to have them go for something completely different just because of what you said. That's exactly who they are. There's always some reason why that's okay. Anyway, I get to paint my walls whatever color I want. I can do whatever I want. I write on the walls. Anyway, I used to be married to somebody horrible. I married somebody who was very similar to the bitch that raised me. I am glad that both of them are dead now. I mean, like, they could be physically dead, but I assume I would have heard. So, bummer. But I mean, like, they're like dead as in, I don't want to say dead to me, but they're gone. That kind of dead. That's nice. They're waiting for something to happen. I have to say this multiple times in multiple ways. They're waiting for something to happen. The piece of shit people that raised me, they're waiting for something big to happen so that they can say, okay, now let's set this stuff aside between us because we have this something larger we have to focus on. Like somebody dying, or somebody's sick or hurt or in the hospital, or somebody dies. Something like that. That's what has to happen. And then they can say, so when, right now they send 2 text messages per year, which really sucks. I wish they would fucking stop. It's like, I feel the dread of it coming. Like I know it's coming. And it's like, fuck, there it is. Still not gonna leave me alone, huh? Great, that's awesome. So I get one on my birthday. My birthday's in November, and then that's like, fuck. That means I'll get one at Christmas time too, which means they're still gonna be bothering my daughter because they send me and my daughter, one of my daughters, not the other one, a group text because they don't acknowledge my other daughter exists as my child. Fuck them. So they sent. So it's like it's just this big fuck you that they're sending, and they're still reaching out. Ah, God, I fucking hate. And I mean, they also send a message to my same daughter on her birthday, but they don't send one to the other daughter because they don't acknowledge that she's my daughter. God, I hate these people. The piece of shit people that raised me. They are trash and horrible. I am glad they are gone. There really was this big weight that was lifted off of my chest when I realized I didn't have when I no longer had to deal with the phone calls from the bitch that raised me. 'Cause she would just keep calling. Like, sometimes I'm like on my way to work and I'm like, not even quite awake yet, and she would call and expect you just have here, like, here, I have a list of things I need to discuss with you. And I'm just like, I don't want to deal with that. But so I would not answer sometimes. So she would wait like 5 minutes and then call again. Like, damn, bitch. I don't want to talk to you. I hated that. I hated that dread of having to deal with that. It was just so nice not having to fucking talk to that anymore. She kept saying, "And what else? All right, what else? What else?" Like she kept was just digging and digging and digging for information, and it's like it would be things like, "I'm just telling you something," but what she would hear was, "I'm saying this. Please help me with this and give me all kinds of advice and suggestions on that, and tell me, you know, every single place I'm doing something wrong and all the things I didn't think of." Because that's what she would do, and she'd be digging and digging for information, and then she would start making all kinds of suggestions, have all kinds of things to say about what I said. One time, my daughter that they don't even acknowledge I have, was she was shipping some things for her mom. Her mom has a business, and she was doing some shipping for some things, and because her mom was out of town, and it was like dozens of boxes of different things. So it's like her mom sent, uh, her mom's our daughter this her boxes of different things, and then my daughter had to sort them out into different individual boxes and then ship them into different places, like because her mom was out of town, and that's what her mom does. And so she was doing this in the living room, and it was like this whole process, and everybody, both my daughters were involved, and I was there, and like I was printing shipping labels. There was a process, and we had this thing going, and it was like in this rhythm thing. And it was great. We had this great system going, and like we were all commenting on how well it was working out. We had this way of like making sure that everything was right, checking it, double checking it. We got the right labels on the right boxes. Everything was smooth, and we were like very proud of what we had going on. And then when I told the bitch that raised me, I'm like, hey, this is, like, just, she's like, here, what's going on? I said, oh, this is what we did last night. And she was just like, oh, well, you got to be careful. If you do that, the IRS might actually charge you or some shit like that. She said something about IRS charging taxes or on top of that. It might be an issue. And I'm just like, are you fucking serious? She had something negative to say. She just instantly had something shitty to say. And I'm like, and as soon as she said it, I said, I wish I didn't tell you. And I'm happy that I fucking talked to her like that. I'm glad that I was doing that at the end. I said, I wish I didn't tell you. The moment I said it, and she's like, oh God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm like, but I wish I didn't tell you. I'm like, and you say those kind of things all the time, and I wish I wouldn't have said it. She's like, well, what else is going on? I said, I don't want to tell you anything else because of what you just did. I was upset about it, and I'm saying these things to her, and and that does not make her happy. But she was wrong. She fucked up, and she was wrong for saying what she said. But that's just the kind of shit that she did. She had to say something. Has to say something. And then I brought that example up the last time I talked to the piece of shit people that raised me in person. I brought up numerous examples of the shit that she does. That I'm like, this is unacceptable behavior, and it needs to stop. And it needs to stop with me first because my kids have already given up on you. That's what I told them. I said, my kids are done with both of you. Both of my kids are done with you because you refusing to acknowledge that my one daughter even exists is a big fucking problem. That's on top of all of the other issues. And both of my kids were just like, we're done with them. If you want to have a relationship with them, that's fine. You can, but we're done. And I said, I respect your opinion, but I said, I'm done with her, the bitch that raised me, but I'm still working on him. There's good in him. I had this whole I'm Luke Skywalker, and he was Anakin. He was Anakin Skywalker before he turned into Darth Vader. I'm like, there's still some good. If you don't know Star Wars, that makes no sense. I'm like, there's still good in him. There's still good somewhere in there, and I was just trying to tap into the good. So I backed him into corners with very, very specific questions that were like yes or no questions that would, if it didn't matter how he answered the question, it was going to make it very, very clear. Is he going to tell the truth, or was he going to do what she said, which was lie and cover for her, side with her? Because every single message that he was sending to me, I'm pretty sure that she had to sign off on. It was really funny. There was some that I couldn't get. Anyway, he didn't answer those questions. All the ones where I backed him into a corner, he didn't answer those questions. And I asked him over and over and over and over. Then I mentioned the hair specifically. I said I had long hair. And then did she bully me about having long hair? And did you do nothing about that? And he wouldn't answer the questions. Because if he says, yes, she bullied you about having long hair, he just fucked up and now he sided against her, which is, that's not going to happen. If he says, no, she didn't bully you about having long hair, he's blatantly lying about it. Because then I can just start just Googling it nonstop. I'm like, okay, like I can go into very specific examples. Did she ever actively encourage me strongly to cut my hair? Yeah, and then we're going to how strongly. I'm like, did this happen? Did this happen? Did she say this? You were right fucking there. So his best bet was to not answer the question. So I got to the point where I said, Did this happen? Did she bully me about having long hair? Yes or no? If you say yes, yes means I think it was yes. Yes means yes. Yes means that she bullied you because that yes would mean that there's still some good in him. Come up here. You're done. Come up here. If he would have said yes, that meant that he was still had some Anakin Skywalker still left in him. That's the Star Wars reference. I'm hitting the one button and it's not working. Why is it not working? Worked on that one. Well, now does it work? It's not working. Which remote? Well, I don't know what remote it is. I don't know what dongle it is. Come up here, dog. You're done. Come here. Oh, I forgot what I was talking about, but it was something about the bitch that raised me. The bitch that raised me. God, I'm glad they are gone. My daughter gave up on them first. I'm talking when I say my daughter, not my daughters. I'm saying my daughter because it's the. This is bothering me that doesn't work all of a sudden. What about unplay? What about if I did this? Because they only acknowledge that the one. So there's the opinion of the one is only one that matters to them is the one. And the fact is the opinion of the one doesn't matter enough. It doesn't. I need to put. Is it this level? I think this is the keyboard. Stop looking at the armrest. What? Oh, it does. It was it. No. Hi. Hi. You and I. You and I. You have shit in your eye. You and I need to have a conversation about. I don't remember what it was because I got distracted by the funkies in your eyes. But no. Okay. Well, trying to find good in the one piece of shit guy that raised me. Seeing if there was any good. So I backed him into a corner and I said, every answer, I said, ask him, we'll ask them the same, different questions, but I said, they were all yes or no questions, and the answers to all of them were there was no. Yes means yes. If he said yes, that I said, did she bully me? Did the bitch you married? And I didn't say the bitch you married, but I said, did the bitch you married bully me about having long hair when I was growing up? If he says yes, that means there's still good in him, and that means that he can be redeemed or something. There's something worth hanging on to there. If he says no, she did not bully me, that means it means he's gone. There is nothing left to hold on to. We're done. So he decided not to answer the question. That was his best bet, and that makes sense completely in the position that he was in. It makes that totally makes sense. That's what I would do if I were in that position and I valued my marriage more than my child. I completely understand his thinking there. I don't understand his thinking in valuing his marriage more than his child, but I understand the thinking of of whatever I was just saying. I got distracted because that moved. I gotta move that thing over there. I can see myself. The dog got into a good position. Glad anyway. So I wound up phrasing it at the very end, and I think it was at least 4 times. Did the bitch that you married bully me about having long hair when I was growing up? Yes means yes. Everything else that you respond with, including not responding at all, means no. So I had to say, this is it. It's yes means yes, and then everything else, including nothing at all, means no. And I had to quantify what no response meant. So I had to give a I don't know, a designation to no response. To no, all right. So no answer means no. Also, so yes means yes. Everything else, because sometimes think I have no idea. I have autism. Sometimes people say words that mean yes or mean no, and I don't even want any dick around at all. I just say yes or no. The best I ever got out of him was, I'm not gonna say anything bad about her. It's just like, I didn't ask you to say anything bad about her. I asked you to say the truth. Was the truth bad about her? Apparently. I think that's one of the messages that he did not let her read first. There's definitely ones that I read, I'm like, man, he did not let her review it first. And then there's ones it's like, God, she obviously reviewed it and very much put her own word spins on it. She said something in there like, life is too short, something like that. He never said that. Only she said that. And that was written in there. I'm just like, yeah, dude, yeah. There was 2 paragraphs, and this was at the very beginning when we had issues, and I responded to them very different. Right, the response to the first paragraph was this, and the response to the second paragraph was completely different response because they were clearly written by 2 different people. And then she tried to get clever, and like it was, I could see like there was like a sentence in the middle, like then like that clearly that sentence was in the middle, was just like kind of just punctuated, like the sentence was wrong. It was wrong to be put in there, and like that didn't make sense there. It didn't logically compute with the way that he communicates. That's it. And oh God, I had the wording, and someone else had it was the wording someone else had. It's like if you talk a certain way and you say certain things, and when you all of a sudden start contradicting the way that my brain has formed of you, it shatters things start breaking in my head, like, oh, you're not who I thought you were, and like foundations crumble and shit. Big deal. Anyway, I am very sad about the piece of shit who raised me, the guy, not her. I am sad about the relationship I used to have with him. It was great. The one when she wasn't involved, the shit she had nothing to do with. She had to get involved. There's stuff that he and I had going on, and she had to do some. She had to fucking stick her nose in. She had to. He and we used to play racquetball in the mornings. It was like twice a week for years, years. And then he would buy like breakfast or lunch afterwards, like depending on when it was, and we would go out and have lunch together. It was great. We had a great time, and then out of nowhere, he says that he's not buying breakfast anymore. I have to pay for my own breakfast, and he clearly did not want to do that. In no way wanted to say the word. Just saying, I'm like, why? And he's like, just because I can't. And he wound up saying we. And like I knew it was her saying it. I'm like, oh my God, she was the one. She made him say that, made him say. So I'm like, all right, I'm like, I can like, how about you buy it or I buy it or something. One time, I'm like, he's like, no, we can. I'm like, I was trying to figure out what he was saying because I didn't get it. And then I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm like, all right, it didn't make sense, but I'm like, okay, that's whatever. But then it was like 2 months later, he says, okay, we're gonna start giving you thousands of dollars because like the bitch that I married, is her business is doing really well or something. I don't know. I don't even think that was a thing. And they just wanted to give money for some reason. They were just like making up reasons. I don't know. They all of a sudden said we're gonna give you like thousands of dollars a year, and I'm just like, I'm like, then why did you stop? Then what was the deal with the not paying for the food? If you want to give me thousands of dollars a year, why didn't you just pay pay for lunch, which is far less than thousands of dollars a year? Why did that stop? And he was just like, you know, he just his head slumped and shit. And I'm just like, what? Why did that happen? Was what I was trying to figure out. Why did we all of a sudden have this thing where it's like you're not gonna pay, and all of a sudden now we're gonna start giving you money? I didn't understand what had happened. And the thing was that him saying that I had to pay for my own food, I'm like, I don't know. I thought like maybe they're having a financial crisis or something. I don't know. And I'm like, all right, well, all right. I mean, there's a reason. There's got to be a good reason why, you know, he was buying me, you know, breakfast after we played racquetball twice a week for years. And then all of a sudden he's like, now you have to start paying for your own breakfast. So I'm like, okay, there must have been a good reason that I did not fully understand. And that was, so I'm like, okay, I mean, I trust this person. There's something going on. And I asked questions, but I figured, okay, maybe you're having financial troubles and you just don't want to talk to me about it. I don't know. Also, and then 2 months later, he's just like, now we're gonna start giving you money. I'm like, wait, you had money? Why did you stop paying for me if you had money? I was confused by this, and then that's when I figured it all out. I'm like, oh, you know, then when he told me, just like that shame in his eye didn't come from where I'm ashamed that, you know, we don't have the money. He's ashamed that she made him say that. And I made him say that it was gonna do it. And then when I figured it all out, I was like, oh. And I stopped playing racquetball with him at that point in time because I didn't want to. I couldn't stop associating what happened. And when I figured it all out, I mean, I didn't immediately stop playing, but I slowly stopped playing because it was tainted at that point. The event was not what it once was. And when I got there, it's like it just felt so different for me. I mean, I don't know if that's an autistic thing or not, but the way I felt about, you know, playing racquetball before that shit happened, then after that shit happened, was like, I don't want to do this anymore because I didn't like playing anymore. So I stopped. That's why I stopped. And it was like, yeah, he was paying for my membership. It was like at the YMCA, and he was paying for the membership at the YMCA. That was the only thing I did was that, and he was paying for it. And he's just like, you know, he tried to get me to keep going. I didn't want to do it anymore. And you know, and there was legitimate reasons why I didn't do it, but I could have worked around it and still played, but I just didn't want to anymore because it wasn't the same. Because of the shit, because of the money thing that happened. God, I hope I mentioned that when it's the last time I talked to them. Fuck, I left that door open over there. I gotta get that. The air conditioner's on. It's like 180 degrees outside. It's not 180. It said it felt like 108 when I asked. What's her name? To check on the Amazon Echo. Sorry. Anyway, I don't know if I mentioned that or not. You know, that was a blur of the when I went there the last time I talked to the piece of shit people that raised me in person. I had post-it notes of all the, I mean, I wrote down all kinds of shit. I was fed up, and I put all my cards out on the table. I was crying the whole time. I was upset, man. At one point in time, I realized she was pissed. You know, I didn't realize right away, but it took me a moment to realize, oh, she's pissed. I'm like, oh, well, fuck that. I'm still pushing forward. I got a lot to say, man. I did. I said a lot. I said my piece, and I let them sit with it. And I'm like, all right, you want to respond to any of that shit? Nope, they didn't want to respond to any of that shit. And I'm just like, well, you know, I said I'd talk to him. And he said, we can. I said we can have dinner or something and talk about, I said, yeah, we can go out to eat and talk about what we talked about. I said, oh, I said based on how she was acting the last time I talked to them in person. I said based on how she was acting, she clearly does not agree with what I was saying. So I'm like, I do not want to have dinner with her. No, I will have. I said I'll go out to dinner with you, but not her. And he said no. That's where he fucked up so bad. Here's where he fucked up so bad. I said, I'll have dinner with you, but I'm not having dinner with her. And he said, no, you have to have dinner with both of us. And I'm like, why? Why do I have to have dinner with both of you? I do not have to have dinner with both of you. I can have, and he's like, no, you're going to have dinner with both of us. I said, no, No, I don't want to have. I don't, because she's clearly going to be defensive and going to be on. She's going to be on the offensive, and it's going to be obvious that that's what's going to happen. So no, no, I will eat with you, and that's it. You know, and that's I'm going. That's I will talk to you. She's like, I said I will talk to you about stuff, but I'm not going to sit. I'm not going to eat with her. Maybe at some point in the future, but no, no, it's not going to happen. I like because I had gone. I want to say 8 months. Right, I said I needed a break from them, and like they it was out of nowhere. It was out of nowhere. I was like single for like 5 or 6 years, and out of nowhere I had a girlfriend, and I was like in a relationship. It was like really quick, and then I didn't want to tell her about it. Like I had met somebody, I didn't want to tell her because I didn't want her to fuck it up. Because she would have been like, if I would have said I met somebody, she would have been like, because I've been single for so long, she would have been all up in that shit, asking as many fucking questions as she could, and asking questions I didn't want to like delve into, like thoughts and feelings. I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. So I didn't realize here's something that was like spectacular that's going on in my life that I was like really happy and excited about, and I didn't want to tell it. I wanted to tell him. I didn't want to tell her because I knew how he would react. He wouldn't ask all kinds of personal questions. He would just ask like, "How do you know her?" That kind of stuff. He would ask guy questions. Like a guy asking another guy about his girlfriend kind of questions. Knowing not to ask too many questions. Just be like, "All right, cool. How do you know her?" "Oh, from work." "Okay, that's cool. You in the same department or something?" That kind of shit. Like then like, okay, and then like kind of be like, "All right, cool. Are you hungry? You want to get something to eat?" That kind of shit. So I would have told him, but I didn't want to tell her, and that's when I knew that, like, all right, well, there's a real fucking problem. That's when I'm like, there's a real problem. When I hear something spectacular going on, and I didn't want to tell her, right? Because I didn't want her to fuck it up, because I didn't want to be like, thinking about, yeah, I didn't want to be, yeah, I didn't want to mix those thoughts talking about it. So every time I didn't want to mix, I was having my happy place thinking about, the possibilities of the future with the new person, and I didn't want whatever from to fuck that up. So like I said, I said there's things going on, and I don't want to talk to you about it. I need a break from you. I basically said I need a break from you because there's things going on. I need a break from you. And I don't know how much time passed. I think it was like 8 months or something. I don't know. It was a long time. 3 months, 5 months. I don't know. It was a lot of months. And eventually reached out, and I said I have dinner with him, and I had dinner. I think it was me and my daughter had dinner with him, and I said, "This is what's going on." I laid out the cards on the table. I mean, not everything I did, but I said, here's the reason. It's like the reason I'm not talking to you is that I broke off contact with you, is because, and my thing was my daughters had given up. That my daughters had already given up on them. They didn't want to talk to them. So when I said, "Yeah, all right, I need a break from you too," I said we need a break from you because I blamed it all on me. I didn't say my kids had anything to do with it. Anyway, I didn't. So I said, I had found a girlfriend. I didn't want to tell. This is what I was telling them. So my daughter and I had dinner with the piece of shit guy that raised me, not her. I said, "Look, I'll have dinner with you, and I'm not gonna have dinner with her. And I'll explain everything when we get there." And I did. I explained everything. I said, I found a girlfriend. I didn't want to tell her. Didn't want her to ruin it by doing the things that she does, all that shit that she does. And he just like, yeah, she does that with everybody. Like he was trying to play it off like, oh, she does that with everybody. I'm just like, okay, I don't give two shits about everybody. I don't want her to ever do it again with me, but she's never going to stop because she does it with everybody. I said, I know this person. I've known her for a long time. I know that she's never ever going to stop. So I don't want to deal with that. So, and I said, so I told, anyway, I laid all that on the table. But then there's a lot of other stuff, with other things, with other people that were going on. And my daughter and I brought up that and brought up things that happened. And he was just like, what happened? What? Like all these things he didn't know had happened because she knew that what had happened, the bitch that he married. But the information that she gave him was very filtered, and she left out key details and like things that were critical information, which is a pattern of behavior with her. She always left out critical details. That was her thing. Anything that wouldn't make her, or if it made her look bad, she always left out that detail. But if it made she had to choose between like me and her bastard child, well, that was a no-brainer. It wasn't me. And then I was supposed to be, you know, her husband's legitimate child. We're 90% sure. Not 100% sure. We're 90% sure. I'm pretty sure. But we're very sure that her older child ain't. Because they weren't, you know, getting along at that time. It was one of those, oops, uh-oh. Don't You can't deny it. It was too late. And then good on him to take on he was married. Well, back then, like divorce was a sin, like a big sin in the church, man. Divorce was a big sin. He was raised in the Catholic Church. Like that was a big deal. He was the youngest of like, not the youngest. He was the second youngest of 8. And they were all very religious people. No divorces there. And, they frowned upon that shit. Anyway, there might have been a divorce or two. I don't know. No, not in the 70s. No. God, no. That was in the early 70s. No divorce. No, man. The whole family would have been like, you had a divorce in your family. Anyway, so he took on the responsibility. Good on him. Anyway, I was supposed to be the legitimate child. So he knew that I was the, well, I mean, 90% sure. And he saw her being, clearly different, behaving differently towards both of us. Her bastard child and her legitimate child. You're treating the bastard child better. And it's just like, you think that would have stung more, you know, than if she had been the other way around, favoring, like, say that she favored her legitimate child over her bastard child. You think that her favoring her bastard child over her legitimate child would have stung to him more because he didn't do anything. Like if he didn't do anything to, because to like not save her, if she was like treating her bastard child unfairly and he didn't do anything to stand up for him, that's not okay. But it makes more sense. It makes more sense. I can see, I mean, if that stung him, like if it was, I can see how, if he was bothered that she was treating, this is a hypothetical situation. She's hypothetically treating her legitimate child better than her illegitimate child. You can hand her husband saw this, witnessed it firsthand, and was not happy about it, but didn't do anything to stop it. Then the situation's reversed, which is what actually happened, where she's favoring her bastard child over the legitimate child, supposedly, and then and he still didn't do anything to stop it. But it's like, you think that would sting, don't you think that would be like a big old slap in the face more? It's like, here there's clear favoritism. It's like you're favoring the not my child. kind of thing, you know? That's if he actually had an issue. I would think that he would have an issue when if you that he seemed like the kind of person that if he saw two children being treated unfairly, he would have a problem with it because that's the way it was when she wasn't around. That's what led me to believe that. But I don't know if that's who he. That seems the person. Well, she overruled. She whatever decisions he had, she would overrule if she didn't like him. He didn't get overrule her. Never happened once. Not one. Not unless that was pre-planned. No fucking way. And maybe it would be like a possibility, but he would have paid for it later. Like she would have begrudgingly allowed him to overrule her, and then she would have been, behind closed doors. That wouldn't have been good for him, or it would have been great for him. I have no idea. Like, knock it off. No, knock it off. Uh-huh. Anyway. Hi there. Yeah. Clear favoritism. That's not a problem. Clear favoritism. And like, well, as long as you're not like treating one kid badly. I treat my kids differently, but that's just because one of my children doesn't have a mother. So I have to do like mom and dad stuff for one of my kids, and I only have to do dad stuff for my other kid. She's got a mom who she talks to all the time. And she like goes to her mom's house all the time. She's like, oh, she's like, there's been new man, God, when she was living with me for a long time, she was just like, oh, and she like all of a sudden get a call from her mom, and she's like, boom, she'd walk out the door and go. She's like, mom's cooking, something, so she would go. Her mom would cook her food. Her mother would cook food for our daughter the exact way that our daughter wanted it, exactly the way she wanted it every time. It's like, so if she had any suggestions at all, she would change it, modify it. She would cook it exactly the way she wanted it every single time, so that she was happy. And so my daughter she'd be here, and she just all of a sudden she would go because the food over there was way better than the food over here because her mom was like not I guess a professional cook. Her mom does a lot of cooking. I know that, but like those cooking she cooks on mass scale for events and stuff. Does that make sense? Anyway, very different upbringing. What's really cool about my daughter who has a mother is that it makes me cry sometimes that she shares her mom with my other daughter who doesn't have a mom. And I told my daughter who has a mother, I'm like, that's a big deal. And she didn't think that was a big deal. Like, that's a big deal that my daughter with a mother was willing to share her mother with my daughter who doesn't have a mother. It's like that, like, she's like, well, yeah, she doesn't have a mom, so of course I'm going to do that. And I'm like, no, that's not how people are. She's like, well, no, that's my sister. Of course and she didn't have a mom. I'm going to share. I'm like, that's not how siblings work either. It's like, that's just not how it is. But I said, I had, well, what some people might call a sibling. It's a half sibling. And like, no, that's not at all. That's not at all how that would be if that were this scenario, and the older kid in the house only had access to a mother. There's no fucking way that person ever would have shared another person with me. There's no way. No way. God, man, after I was brought into the picture, he was so unhappy. He had all the attention all the time, and all of a sudden, he didn't. That was a hard pill to swallow. Hard. Had to make up for it somehow, you know? Anyway, it was way too hard to try and outshine me. It was a lot easier just to put me down. I could make that into a video, but that would probably hit people pretty hard. I laugh because everything else is worse. Yeah. Anyway. So I have one of my daughters is awesome. The one who has a mother who shares her mom. Like takes my no mom daughter with her to her mom's house, and they both go over there and eat stuff like home cooked meals and stuff. My daughter, my motherless daughter, I mean, it's out there somewhere. The bitch that I married. I assume I assume that if it were dead, I would have heard because I've got everybody's phone number still from her side of the family. It's at least 10 people. And I've not blocked any of them. And I've not blocked any of the bitch that I married's phone numbers at all. Or email. She can contact me anytime. I will know. If she were to call right now, the phone would ring. Because I want to know. If she calls, the bitch that I married, the former mother of my daughter, she didn't even want to claim. She definitely lost her right to say that. But I doubt she does. She can call me anytime. I'll be happy to talk to her about my daughter. Well, I mean, I'll be happy to give whatever information that I want to give. It's gonna be such a nightmare for her. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great. She's gonna try so hard to manipulate me. I fully expect her to get somebody else to do the dirty work. I fully expect her to have somebody else reach out to me on her behalf. I'm sure she's contemplated it. It is a huge blow to her ego. The bitch that I married, my daughter's mother, like every single holiday, the big ones, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, that her daughter she no longer acknowledges, calls, or even wants anything to do with. Like is not there. These two major holidays, so she has to go to these like big family gatherings. The only reason is because she has to go to where the people are, and where the people are like where all the family is, and there's certain family members who are not there, and people ask why. Oh, is she still not talking to you? Or it might be a situation where everybody knows not to bring it up for one reason or another. Like like the bitch that I married, like like made it a huge deal, like broke down and cried one Christmas or something like that. Crocodile tears, and like so everybody knows. Okay, might even have claimed that she had some sort of faked that she had some sort of just talked about it, not had actually had it in real life. Just said that she had some sort of mental health crisis, mental breakdown over the situation. So we shouldn't talk about it. We shouldn't mention it. I can imagine her doing something like that also, but I can also it'd be hard for her to admit that she would have any kind of mental crisis. Then she would have to admit that she doesn't have complete control over everything that she says and does all the time. Because she wants the ability to say that in the moment I'm completely 100% lucid, cognitive, you know fully aware of my situation and surroundings always. I can admit later that I wasn't at the time, but at the time, I'm always got it under control. Because there'd be so many times when I was married to the bitch that I married. Then I'm like, you're clearly being illogical right now because you're angry. He's like, no, 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 I'm not. No, I'm not. She's like, because never could admit that she might be being illogical because she was angry. And I'm just like, you have to stick with what you're saying now. You have to stick with it because you refuse to admit that you're not angry at the time. And then because I would say, I would tell her, I said, all right, if you admit later, she would say something ridiculous, and I say, all right, you're going to take this, all right, and you're all right. I'm going to later on, if you at any point in time you say that, okay, I was being irrational because I was angry, I'm like, okay, then that's it. From this point forward, every time that you get angry and I say that you're being irrational, you are being irrational, whether you admit it or not. And that's going to be the end of it. We're going to stop talking because you're going to be irrational. She's like, no, no. So she could never admit that she was irrational at the time. But that point forward, she could never at any point in time admit that she was ever irrational, ever. Otherwise, I could say that, anyway. Dog scratching on the door. No, I'm not going out there. It's hot, man. It's hot, man. Anyway, I married. The bitch I married and the bitch that raised me are carbon fucking copies. The bitch I married and my daughter? No, not at all. Like, the funny thing is that as gently as I could say it, as after the divorce, my daughter was 13 when I got divorced. No, she was 13 when I told her we were getting divorced. And but every time, from that point forward, I told her, I said, gently as I could, that's the kind of thing your mom would say. Or that's the kind of thing your mom would do. So just letting her know, I'm like, FYI, this is where you got that from. And I don't know if you want to change, your behavior because of that, is what I was trying to say, but that wasn't necessary because she's just like, oh God, I'm never going to do that again. But I'd say things like, because sometimes my daughter would say something, all of a sudden I feel like a gut wrench pull. I'm like, oh God, that kind of feeling. And I'm like, if you could please never say that again. Because, and I'd say, here's why. I didn't say the bitch that I married, and I didn't say, the bitch that is your mom. I probably just said your mom. God, she was fucking horrible. When we first got divorced, I realized after we separated, and we had, shared custody, I realized that her plan was to ground my daughter right before she was to come to me, and it was for me to continue that grounding when I had custody of her. And I think I did it a couple of times. When I realized the pattern, I'm like, okay, no, we're not doing this anymore. It's like, no, that's not happening. No, you're clearly just doing this just to be doing. No, we're not doing that. That shit's not happening. Because she wanted that control. She wanted the control of what's happened because she couldn't, because it was just me. It was just me and my daughter, and she didn't know what we were doing. She wanted to have some influence on some say on what we were doing, and she hated that she didn't have that. She didn't, and that she wasn't able to ask what we were doing. Like at the times, like you could find out afterwards, but you have no say until afterwards. And it's like after then, it's like, sorry, it happened. God damn it, the dog's at the fucking front door. God, bitch that I married. I can go on and on about her. The bitch that I married and the bitch that raised me. I can interchange a lot of the things that I say about the two of them. God, I fucked up. Well, the problem was I looked at him, the you know the asshole that the bitch that raised me married, as the example. Big fucking mistake there. I pointed that out to my daughters too, and I'm like, all right, dude, do you see this person here? This piece of shit person that raised me. Not the bitch that raised me, her husband. Do you see how he is? Do you see how he's completely beaten down by her? He has no say. He's got no. He will never stand up to her. He's just. There's just nothing left. And I pointed out the very specific things and behaviors that he's done throughout the years and in front of them. I'm like, how he does like, she says something and she'll like kind of like make fun of it or like, contradict what he says. And I'm like, see how he didn't stand up for himself? I pointed it out, like, we would have dinner with them and on the ride home, like, all right, do you see how this happened here? Do you see how this happened here? And I would point that out. I'm like, don't ever do this. Don't let people do this to you. And I would point it out at the examples afterwards. And it took me a while to realize, I'm like, oh my God, she's fucking horrible. And my kids like realized it immediately. And I'm just like, here's these behaviors. I'm like, I'm just telling you, here's our life lessons. Like, here, don't do this. And my kids are hearing it as, yeah, she's fucking horrible. And I know it. And I'm just like, oh, you're right. She is fucking horrible. I got to walk the dog. The dog comes first. It doesn't matter how interesting what I'm saying is. All right. He's warning them. I gotta drink water real quick so that I don't. It's hot. You drink water preemptively. I gotta burp first. Sorry. Oh, that was a good one. I think it was a dead flat bird. It was gross, whatever it was. But I think it was a dead flat bird. It was gross, whatever it was. That. What do you mean for? You know what? I did short you twice intentionally because you wanted it early. I'll get you the 0.4. Oh, you 0.4 actually. I did that because of this reason right here. You're an asshole. 1 o'clock. Wanting food. This is your 4th meal, but I shorted you on number 2 and number 3. Smart. 4th meal. We love 4th meal, don't we? I'm not walking the dog, that's a lie. There were little bugs out there. Shaker balls. That's what it was. Oh, that doesn't look focused. That looks more focused. Shaker balls. Shaker balls. You know what I mean? I'm sorry for the burp. That was ill-timed because I leaned right into the phone of Mike. Mike's phone. Mike's phone. Microphone. This is a phone. If it were smaller, it would be a microphone. Hey! God damn it, why are you back there? Come here! I'm getting up this time. Fucker? Come here. Yeah. Microphone and telephone. Telephone. Telephone, but it's telephone. 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 Hi, you wanna come up here? I didn't get it. Hey, you come up here? No. You're yelling at me. I ate a lot of the drugs, man. I did. 100. I did 100. I did 150, 150, and 200. And I'm currently on the 200. I assume the two 150s are out of my system. This is today. I'm going back to the store for more fitties. I would like to turn it to the ground. Wow. Oh no, I just realized something. The whole time that I'm over here, like, I'm hating on the piece of shit people that raised me and the piece of shit person I married. The whole time I was like doing that, I'm not thinking about, ending myself, So it's weird that you recognize these things, but when your brain, mine, look right there. Didn't know which way to go, did you? I'm trying to save him from jumping down. I know you almost fell. There's like a hole right here, and I don't want him to fall through it, and he has almost fallen a couple of times. It's not so much the falling as it is the twisting. Are you chewing on your paws? Let me see it. My little dog. Shaker ball. Are you tired? You put your head up? That's my ball. My ball. No. What are you doing? It's mine. That's mine. It's mine. You're not eating. You're not getting that. Something smells like. I was like, man, something smells like dog. And I'm like smelling the blanket. I wonder what it was. It's you. Ah! You gotta get his nails did. Ow. What am I doing? I think I don't know, I took the two edibles before I took the dog on a walk, but I don't remember how. I don't remember which walk it was. It was the walk I did. I mean, I think I've walked this damn dog twice during this live stream. It's only 2 fucking hours long. Fucking A. Fucking A. I think I took the dog out walking 2 times in this hours. I don't remember what I said. I think I took the dog out walking. I think I took the dog on 2 walks, and this live stream's only been 2 hours. Fucking A. I think I took the dog. I think I took the dog on 2 walks so far in this during this live stream, which has only been 2 hours. I think I took the dog. I think I took the dog on 2 live. I feel like I worded it better the first time around, and I wanted to repeat it and end it with "fucking A." I think I've taken the dog I think I've walked the dog twice now on this during this live stream, which is only 2 hours long. Fucking A. I think I've taken on this live stream, which is only 2 hours long. Fucking A. I think I've taken the dog. No, I think I've walked the dog twice during this live stream, which is only 2 hours long. I think I've walked the dog twice during this live stream, which is only 2 hours long. I think I've walked the dog twice during this live stream, which is only 2 hours long. Fucking A! I think I've walked the dog twice during this live stream, which has only been two. No. I think I've walked this dog twice, which has only been. No. I think I've walked this dog twice during this live stream, which is only 2 hours long, which has only been 2 hours. I fucked it up. Fucking A! Can I have this? I think I've walked the dog twice during this live stream, which has only been. No, it's not been. Been is the wrong word. Which is only something 2 hours long. Fucking A. Streamed, which is only streamed 2 hours long. It's only streamed for like 2 hours. Fucking A. That works. The wording works. The live stream that is only streamed for 2 hours. That's just too much stream in one stream. Fucking A. Live stream is one stream. I found this song and I fucking love it. Like just came out apparently, and it just came, and I just accidentally stumbled across it. Hi, what's your name? Can I put a big old blanket on you? Because it's too hot for me and I hate it. But I was waiting for your little cute little face to show up. Can I do this? Can I wrap your dumb face up here? Fucking A. But I can't find the words for the song. It's like too new or something. I don't know. It's like my new favorite song ever, yo. Gone, but never say goodbye. Gone, but never say goodbye. I don't remember how to pronounce the person's name. And it's one word. Anatikia? I will play it because I love the song and I'm willing to take the copyright hit on this live stream because I live stream as a method of anti-suicide. I don't live stream for the money. But there is money, but I don't do it for the money. I don't turn on the They ask me why I don't turn on the money on my live streams. Hey, why don't you, like specifically, you're not hitting the monetize button. Can we ask why? And I did, and I hit some, and I did answer. I just don't recall what the answer was. What was the answer? I don't recall. Hey, it's for educational purposes. Right. I want you to stop licking your paws. That's not right. Oh, I did put a video out 2 hours ago. Was that when I was walking his dumb ass before? It's rain. I just released a video. It's rain hitting the ceiling of my van with a shitty microphone. So the sound is hitting the van. The back of the van is just it's a metal roof. There is nothing to deaden the sound. It's just metal. Nothing to hold the heat in or nothing to hold the cold in. It gets hot in there when I'm making videos for the video shorts. It gets hot in there. I think it's rain. That's correct. I'm Vinz Chlorthos. Whoops. The Master of Gozer. I don't know how to spell Vinz Chlorthos, but I'm pretty damn sure I nailed it. Vinz Chlortho. Oh, damn, I did spell it wrong. There's no S. Uh-oh. Damn it, did that go? I didn't want that to go. Now I have to go. I have to write all that out again. It didn't go. Chlor. No, I don't know how to spell it. Chlortho. Oh, Chlortho. Vinz Chlortho. Keymaster of Gozer. The Gozerian. Gozer the Gozerian. What a great name. I was making a clicking noise with my mouth. And you heard it? Holy shit, I think there's a bowl over there. A bowl of drugs. Oh, I bet it. This thing is probably... Yeah, it's full, man. I just turned it off. Can you see the display? $9 on Walmart. It's less than that, but and I'm gonna aim high. Anyway, I got free shipping. So I ordered many. Did you see that? He wants to look out the door. Oh no! I have an itchy on my neck. I think I got bit by something. The mosquitoes were so damn small. Oh, bastards. This one is the I don't know. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Growing up, the bitch that raised me would correct me if I said like me and someone else, or someone else and me should say no, someone else and I, and would make me say it the correct way and would use it as a method of control. Like I'd be in the middle of saying something and would like stop me in order to try and break my concentration from what I was saying. I'm going to scratch this one at an angle, and the angle means I don't know what it is. The one that's knocked over, that one. No, that one's not marked at all. That one's an indica. I want that one. Why is the lid on this? Oh, that's a Satava. Do I have a little... Well, that's why it's in there. I don't want to expose it to the unnecessarily, like I'm doing right now. But I want to use this as a stand. Well, here's what we can do. We're going to be great. Have a little... Put that boom in there, and then this is the lid for what I just had. Maybe I can... Nope. Oh, wait. Can I put it on the bottom? That is a very poor idea. I would say piss poor. My grandfather would say piss poor. He was a good guy. My grandfather was my best friend at the time of his passing. He's one of those people that everybody liked. Except for the thing that... Let me start over. Everybody liked my grandfather. Except for... No. Try that again. Everybody liked my grandfather. Period. The bitch that raised me had an older, faster job. The thing it married. My grandfather didn't care for that so much. It definitely didn't like my grandfather as much as everybody else. My grandfather was aware. I recorded me and my grandfather's conversations for a little over a year before he died. Anyway, I was thinking about that. He had things to say about everybody. Made me happy. I know that my grandfather, it was after my grandfather's death, it was the huge falling out between myself and multiple other parties that were associated with my grandfather. I have no doubt my grandfather would be on my side. That's what makes me happy. I've discussed this with my grandfather in hell. I didn't go there to discuss it with him. That's where he is now. There's no doubt. He knew he was going. He knew. He'd done too much stuff. He was drafted into a war that he did not want to be into for 3 years. He was damn good at getting away with shit. he knew how to push people right up to the point where, it would be, all right, now action must be taken against you, but but not cross that line. And he knew exactly where that line was, where that breaking point was with people, because he tested it. Because he would use that to get away with things. He would just he would knew exactly how far he could push people in order to do something. So say he was given an order to do something trivial, and he didn't do it. He knew that if he could, in certain situations, if he could make his commanding officer laugh, he could get away with not doing it. That's you got to push that barrier to see where that is. He knew how to get away with shit. Or if he could make all the rest of the guys laugh, then the commanding officer might never laugh. But the commanding officer not laugh, but did what they would call equivalent of a laugh. Definitely not a laugh. It would have been a something, some sort of action. But whereas other people definitely would have laughed. Anyway, my grandfather's in hell. I've spoken to him while he's there. He's not happy. He is not happy with certain people. Certain people I once called family. Certain people he calls family members that I once called family members. He's not happy. Hell has changed him. He was more passive before, not the case now. Anyway, I guess they're gonna try and plead their case when they get to hell. The people that I have beef with, everyone's going to hell. Don't be mistaken here. Everyone in the scenario is going to hell. There are no angels here. We're all bad. I've accepted my fate. I know I'm going to hell. But but I don't know if the other people think they are not. I had hopes for there was the one person. It wasn't the bitch that raised me, it was her husband. But I had hopes for him. I asked him the question. I asked him the redeeming question. It was, man, there's a term for it in the lawyer, the overt act that proves, the overt act that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, blah 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 blah. The overt act necessary. I pushed this person into a corner and asked this question repeatedly, over and over and over. And I counted, I want to say it was 5 to 6 times. Hear me now? I don't know how long it was down. I mean, it might have been down for hours. I don't even know what I was talking about. I was talking about the piece of shit people that raised me. Do you want me to tell you more? Okay, here's what happened. I mean, if it was down for like 5 minutes, I'm sorry. But here, we're going back. The bitch that raised me is gone. Fuck her, gone. She can just go spend time, and hopefully she'll live out the rest of her life, just completely engrossed in her bastard child that she wanted way more, and then not her, pity, look for redemption child. All right, but him, the asshole that she married, he had a chance because of the way that he was when she wasn't around. He was a different person. Anyway, so I backed him into a corner. And I gave him, it was the redeeming question where it's like, you have no choice. You have to answer this question. And it's like, they wanted to like meet me in person to like talk about shit in person. It's like, no, like, not, we can, no. And like, or talk on the phone. I'm like, no, I'm like, we're recording. I'm recording everything, but you want a Zoom call? I mean, I can record everything. It's like, as long as everything is recorded. I'm like, that's why I only want to talk for, but I only talk for via email or text message. So anyway, I was trying to see if there was my daughters were like the talking about the dude that raised me, the piece of shit, I don't know what to call the male version of the piece of shit person that raised me. I said, there's hope there. He can there. I think this person. I think there's hope there. I think there's still something there. I think there's still some Anakin Skywalker left in Darth Vader. I don't believe that the evil Emperor has totally driven it all from him. But my daughters were like, no, he's gone. If there was something there, he's gone. There's no Anakin Skywalker left. There's only Darth Vader. That he has been corrupted completely by the Emperor, and there is no redemption. And that's what my daughters were saying. They're like, we're done. If you see something, great, go for it. And my daughters were like, we'll be happy to say that we were wrong if you find something. And I'm like, all right, I think there's still something there, but that's fine. So my daughters were like, we want nothing to do with them. They like, you're like, we'll leave it up to you. If you figure it out, what you want to do, and something ever changes on their end, let us know. Basically, like, if something changes on their end, let us know. But they knew nothing was going to change. That's why they're like, we're done. So, but I'm like, no. God, I don't know how many months I held on, and like, God, I wish I just would have listened to my daughter. We're saving myself so much time if I just would have listened to them. But anyway, I'm like, so I backed him into a corner. This is via text message and email, because I was sending both, because I was convinced that she was screening the information before he got it, because he didn't want to read it, like his anxiety got in the way. Because I mean, name calling was definitely on the table. When you set clear boundaries and someone repeatedly violates them, and you're literally saying things like, I'm setting boundaries, and you are constantly violating the boundaries, you start calling people names because they're just not getting it. Or they are getting it, which is what I realized later, they are getting it. And the sad thing is that I'm like telling my kids the shit that's happening as it's happening. The reason that my kids gave up on the piece of shit people that raised me before me is that they saw things. I mean, I saw the stuff first, but when I started saying the stuff to them, they're just like, yeah, that's bad. Don't you get do you hear what you're saying? And I'm just like, what? And they're just like, I'm like, no, this is just, I'll give you an example. I'll give you many examples. My daughters and I would have dinner with the piece of shit people that raised me, And on the car ride home, I would say to them, "Do you remember when he said this?" And then she said something that contradicted it, and then like did her fake laugh that she does, and she did it just to be funny. Or no, no, I said no. Actually, what I said, she contradicted it, and they said something like, "Yeah, why did she do that?" Or they would ask, because we would talk about their dynamic on the whole ride home. We'd have dinner with them at their house, and the whole ride home, we would talk about their dynamic and the way that they talk to each other. If there was like any kind of thing that happened, because they'd be like, "Okay, why and what happened here?" And like, so then she'd be like, "Why did she say this?" And then laugh about that. Yeah, and they're like, because I said, because she's trying to be funny. It was like, why did she say, like, she said it's funny at his expense, and then he didn't stand up for her, or stand up for himself. And I'm pointing that out to my daughters. I'm like, do you remember this when he didn't? He said it, and then do you remember what happened after that? And they're like, what? I'm like, he didn't stand up for himself after she just, she made this statement just to be funny, but she contradicted what he said and basically dismissed what he said. But he was making a point about something. I'm not 100% sure. But he was saying something, and after he got to his point and led to it, she said something dismissive that conflicted with it, and just to be funny. I don't know what it is. I can tell you what it wasn't, but something like, he was saying something like it was just an interesting conspiracy theory, and then she would say, I don't know, something about, I don't know, something about people who have conspiracy theories that are not, are, wackos or something along those lines, something where you would dismiss somebody's conspiracy theory, like, because they're unstable. How do I word that? Anyway, but he was just saying something. It was just like an interesting idea of some kind. I just don't remember what it was. So I guess, having to suffer through, the attention not being on her. As soon as he was done talking, she said something, and that was a kind of dynamic that happened all the time. Like, I would have an interest in something that I would talk to him about, and we would both like go back and forth talking about it, and then she would say something that would just shut it down. And my daughters would be like, "Why did she say that? When she said that, it like, it shut down what we were talking about." And I'm like, "That's why she said it." And they're like, "No, no, 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 wait, no, that's not it. That's not why she was." I'm like, "Yeah, that's why she said it. The conversation we were having, she didn't know anything about it. She wasn't able to get in on it." So, like, like something, there were numerous times that it would be myself and my one daughter, and the piece of shit people that raised me, but we were talking about Marvel movies, and the bitch that raised me, didn't know anything about it, but he did, and my daughter did, and I did. So we'd be talking about something like that. So he would make a point, and then she would say something that dismissed something in order to shut the conversation down. No, just in general, to shut the conversation. And then my daughter say, "Well, why did she say this? Why would she say that? We were having this conversation about stuff, and then all of a sudden, why did she make this statement that shut the conversation down?" I'm like, "That's why she made the statement." And she's like, "No, no, that's not why she made the statement. Why would somebody?" Because she couldn't get in on the conversation, and she wanted to talk about something else. And it's like, my daughter's like, "What? No, no, yeah." And then it's like, then I was like, then we're just pointing it out all the time, all the things that she would do. Oh God, one time, so I'm looking at a picture we were at I don't know how many people at work, let's say 10, at a restaurant, and I was sitting next to other people, and I was looking at stuff on my phone, and I was saying, "Oh yeah, I don't know." We were showing pictures about something. I said, "Yeah, I don't know if it's appropriate to show this picture at the table." And then the bitch that raised me, who's nowhere near my phone, and says, "No, it's not." Out of nowhere, I'm like, what the? I was like, what the fuck? She's like, out of nowhere, she was just instantly a bitch out of nowhere, and I'm just like, what are you doing? You have no idea. You can't even see this at all. And she's like, oh, haha, I'm just being funny, but she just instantly out of nowhere was just rude. Just this made this huge assumption before knowing, and it's like it just revealed that's exactly who that was. God, I did bring that up during the last time I talked to them, the piece of shit people that raised me. Man, I laid all the cards out on the table. Fucking A, man, I swear. It's like not how people talk to people at all when I went in there and did. It's not how a child talks to their parents. There's no fucking way. The way that I did. I was fucking pissed. And upset, man. I had to cry. I cried all the time. I was upset. I brought up all kinds of shit, man. I was fucking unhappy. I was so fucking pissed in so many moments there. I'm like upset and crying, and then I'm fucking angry, and then I'm upset and crying, and then I'm fucking angry. While I'm just laying all the cards out on the table, man. I left no stone unturned. I did it all. So happy I did that, man. I did not leave things unsaid. That didn't happen. I didn't leave anything unsaid with the piece of shit people that raised me. Now with the bitch that raised me's bastard son, oh yeah, all that's just like complete shut off there. That was a instant never talking to you again. So it's just like there's no never reaching out, never. We can leave that shit exactly the way it is. Fuck off and die. But I had hope. I had hope for the dick, the asshole that raised me, not the bitch that raised me, the bastard that raised me. I had a redeeming question. Did I tell you the redeeming question yet? I backed him into a corner to see is there any Anakin Skywalker left in Darth Vader, and I said, "Did that bitch you married bully me about having long hair when I was growing up?" It was a yes or no question. And I was very proud of myself for asking this question because I'm like, finally, I'm going to get some fucking answers. Because it didn't matter how he answered the question, yes or no, it was going to tell me, is there any Anakin Skywalker left, or is he completely turned to the dark side? Is there any is there any light left in there? Would he, as Darth Vader, pick up the Emperor and throw that bitch he married over the side of the balcony in order to save his child from that bitch he married? The answer is no. And here's how I know. I gave him the redeeming question, which was, did that bitch you married bully me about having long hair when I was growing up? And I asked the question so many times and it went unanswered that I started counting. This is the fourth, fifth, sixth time I've asked you the same question. But at some point I started putting on there. The answers to this question are simple. There's two. Yes means yes, and then everything else, including not answering the question, means no. The bitch you married did not bully me about having long hair when I was growing up. I have 3 of these. I have 3 vapes, not 3 of the batteries here. I had 5, but I gave 3 of them to my kids. I gave 3 of them to the kids. Excuse me. I gave 3 of them to one of my kids, who then dispersed to the kids. The kids are daughter's boyfriend. Even though daughter's boyfriend is, I don't consider daughter's boyfriend a kid, but my kids, well, I mean, I remember them when they were, you know, kids. So they're always going to look like kids to me. But, my daughter's boyfriend was like an adult when I met him. So it's like, but he's one of the kids. So this is how I refer when I'm telling the dog. I'm like I said, the kids are. I have to hesitate because I don't want them to think that they are coming over. But I don't say it like that. I say it with a big old weird twang. What was I saying? Oh, I got these. Did I hit it? $9 at Walmart online. They were less. They're soldering pens. They're like digital soldering pens. There's 3 different digital. There's a display. Can you see it? There it is. But it's got the battery, how much battery life's on it, and then it's got the what my voltage is 2.7. There's 3 voltages. This I got 2.7, the lowest. But it's not made for this. It's made for soldering. But it worked. Even if it worked on the one card that I had that was corrupted, it didn't work in the others. You know, like I put it in, press the button, it starts flashing like no. And it wasn't. There's a different kind of. There's a flashing like no, the battery's dead. It's a no. It's flashing like this ain't gonna work. I put this one that it ain't gonna work, and I put it in this one, and it worked no matter what. And the thing was, this was kind of funny. It's like I took it, and I was untwisting it while holding the button, still working. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it completely lost connection, and it still got on there. I'm like, all right, that's interesting, and I'm kind of like, all right, push it back on, listening. I hear it going. I'm like, all right, it's still working. So the fact that it worked with a corrupted one was great because it was corrupted and clogged. Oh God, it just goes right through the clogged ones. Well, all of them do that when they work correctly. Anyway, this thing was $8 on 8 and change on Walmart. I got it free shipping because I ordered 35. Ordered more than $35 worth. I ordered $35 worth. That in order to get the free, I got 5 of these, and it was 8 and change. Is that right? 40. Yeah, and that works out. So I got 5 of these for $50. I don't know. And then I'm down to 2 because I gave them away because I still have some that work. But I ordered 6. Oh, I didn't look. I ordered 6. No, I did look. I ordered 6 more. I don't have them yet. But I got different colors because these are all green. Do you want to gramble? Is it free? Is it free? I have to ask that question in advance. He's like, hey, here's this one game. He's like, yeah, I'm like, I looked it up. I'm like, there's a cost to it. And I'm like, is it, wait, it's not, is there a cost to it? And he's like, yeah, I don't know if it's any good yet or not. And I'm like, well, damn, man, I might act like bought it by accident because I'm dumb. I get high and I accidentally make purchases. I do it a lot. All right, look at the trailer. Ramble with your friend. All right, I'm looking at the trailer. Okay. Looking now. Vin's Chlorithos. Gramble. With. Oh, I feel like it was just said it and I missed it. With your friends. Steam. Gramble with your friends on Steam. Alright, rock on. Where is the Gramble trailer? Is that it right there? No, that's just a fucking picture. That blows. That that blows. Blows! I feel the high and I should have got a drink of water. Hold on, I've got to stretch. Ugh. Okay, here we go. Is Gramble with your friends worth it? It's a good one. Yes, Gramble with your friends is a highly worth it if you enjoy chaotic, low stakes party games with your friends. Oh, yeah, I like that. Okay, hold on. Steam. Do I have Steam on my phone? I hope. I just want the trailer. Yeah, give me the trailer. God damn it. There's no sound, man. Ten stack.
I gave you a nice place to stay. A sweet ride to the place with everything you need to win. But you kept screwing up. You went too big when you should have went small. 41,000, Sam. You taking the piss? You went too small when you should have went big. You didn't even go all in. You kept betting on the wrong horse. Kept hitting when you should have stayed. You get off the table. Play this crazy. Letting it ride when you should have let it slide. That's not even. Or black. Or the second half. So now you're here at the end of the line, begging me for another chance. Let's see who deserves it.
They're in the cornfield, man. Like Joe Pesci's confusing.
I see you crawling into my establishment with your friends and your...
Like Joe Pesci's confusing scene at the end of Casino. Confusing death scene. I should probably review that. I should review that on my. I gotta find a way to review that. Man, that scene confuses the fucking shit out of me, man. It's just like all shot out of order and it's weird. And it's like all of a sudden Joe Pesci's face is bleeding when it should not be bleeding. I think they cut out the scene where he took a hit directly into face. I think like he was fighting at first, like they were beating his brother up. They're beating his brother to death with baseball bats, and Joe Pesci was fighting. He was all kinds of struggle, and then all of a sudden they cut away, and he's got no struggle in him. He's crying, and he's got his face is bleeding. And like I remember I want to say I remember a trailer, but I couldn't find it online where the guy actually took a full on swing straight into Joe Pesci's face. But I think they had to cut that out. I think that's why his face, why he was crying and his face was bleeding. And he's just like saying, let him, he's had enough or something, or he's still breathing or some shit. He's like crying. So he went from he had all of this fight in him to all of a sudden crying and bleeding, and there was no explanation as to why. But I think, man, it might have been in an alternate universe where I swear the one guy takes a baseball bat and like they're holding the back of his head and they got like hands on his shoulders and they're holding his head, they're holding his face up like this, they got hands behind him so that he can be hit directly in the face with a baseball bat at full swing. I can see how they would edit that scene out. But I looked up, this scene is confusing to me, but then they talked about how the scene goes from it's being narrated by Robert De Niro to being narrated by Joe Pesci. I'm like, well, that's not what I'm talking about. They're talking about how the narration all of a sudden changes in the middle of it and what that meant and why. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm giving a fuck about why was he all of a sudden had all this fight in him, and the next scene you see him, he's crying and his face is bleeding. What happened there? I tried looking that up and I couldn't find it. I would love to know. I wonder how long my microphone was out when it wasn't working. Is it charging now? I mean, that would be a good sense maker to charge it now, wouldn't it? Especially when this one's probably going to die, right? Where'd I put it, genius? I was sitting right here. Oh god, I'm done. I need to charge it right now because it's gonna die and I don't know where the other one is. Oh, it's in my lap. Rock on, sister. Here we go, here we go, here we go, go. Oh, dude, it's on one. No wonder it died. This one's gonna die too. I hope I get there in time, man. This could be bad. I gotta keep looking to make sure this one's working. It's on the big charger. Not the big charger, but the one that works. It's got like the 2.8 amp and it's got the big good cord. Good. Oh fuck, I was gonna do something on my phone. Now I'm gonna do it on Steam. I'm going to Steam. Oh, I don't have Steam anymore. Damn it. I gotta download Steam. I tried to reset my computer because I can't get my fucking monitors to work. Oh shit, I left this on. Luckily I charged it. TEAM. Steam Deck, is that it? Oh no, that's not what I want. I just make it the full screen, stupid. Okay, Steam. Oh, it is Steam. Steam. Install Steam. Yes. Install Steam. Yes. Yes. I want to allow it to make changes. Yes. English. Yes. Yes. Install Steam. Yes. Run Steam. Yes. Updating Steam. Let's do that too. Go Steam. Oh, you might be hearing shit on Steam. I don't know. No, I don't have that turned on. I only got one monitor, man. It's weird. It says it's downloading update. I thought it was updating. Now it's updating. Yeah, it does say updating. Oh, it has to download the update as part of the updating the download? I don't speak this language. You see this thing twitching over here in front of me? I don't want to say what it is because I don't want to interrupt it doing it. Oh man. Oh god, thank god I don't have to use the code. I can just scan. I love scanning. I love scanning the thingy. Alright. It makes me so happy. I have to get the app from my phone. I don't have enough. Do I know what my... I don't know what my account name is. Well, I guess I can... I mean, I can download the app, but I'm wait, link? Do I have to get the app? I want it for Windows. What is Steam Link? Is that what I want? I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's what I want. I don't know what I'm doing. I just want to play the. I don't want to. I just want to use it to use the. Oh God damn it! I missed the wrong thing here. I think I need the mobile. I can install it, but I don't think I have enough. I don't on my phone to do it, man. I have to delete videos every single time I don't use that anymore. No, but it just doesn't have any fucking. I've already deleted everything I could so many times. I'm looking through like. I guess I don't need my headphone app. I don't use those headphones here. I can delete Google, or no, I can delete. I can delete eBay. I'm deleting eBay in order to download Steam just to get this code because I don't know what the password, or no, I have no idea what my account name is. Oh man, it seems like I'm just. Shit, the code just changed. Open. Oh my god, it's the same thing. I don't know my Steam account name. Oh god damn it. Well, I'd rather do it over here because I don't have a. Well, hold on. Maybe I do know it. I mean, I know what it would have to be. Yeah, man. Use the Steam mobile app to confirm your sign-in. I thought I was. Pretty sure this is the Steam mobile app. I'm just gonna try putting it at the code again. It just changed. Oh man, I enter the code instead. What code? I don't see a code. Your Steam mobile authenticator. I just logged in. I'm confused. I'm too old for this. I know my name. Steam guard. I don't know what that means. I thought I did open the app, did I not? Says I'm in it. Now it says I need to use the app to confirm my sign-in, but I don't know what this means. I could enter it over there, but I feel like I'm gonna have the same issues. Okay, here we go. Tab. Yay, one tab. Go. It's also saying, here's the Steam mobile app to confirm your sign-in. This is also saying that. I don't know how to, maybe I need to get out of it. I just tried signing in. It's not telling me that my password is wrong. It's not telling me it's right. It's not telling me anything. Oh. I didn't know that. I do not have one of those. This is so difficult. What the hell? I don't know what I'm doing. What if I restart? Let's try that. Damn it. What do you mean my email is invalid? I think I might have misspelled my own name. There's no number there. Nice. I can do this. Can I do this here? It says it was sent to my ML. Should have restarted my phone for just some dumb reason. I can't do it. Maybe I can do it from her. Okay. I know the account name. That's a good one. This work. What? I did install Steam. Jesus Christ. An error occurred. No, I don't want the one 4 minutes ago. I want the one that was 1 minute ago. Yes. What? I don't know what this is. I had to uninstall Steam, and now I can't reinstall. I'm working on it. Oh. Alright, I have to get up to pee. Got an old man pee. I should have got up a while ago. I made a mistake. Okay. Can I put that? With that I feel like I have the hair of a surfer. I don't know how to use a surfboard. I wouldn't mind owning one. I just don't know what to do with it. As long as I could own it horizontally. Calories. Must have calories. Oh no. Oh. Why is it not working? Letting me out zoom. And it's not out zooming. Will you out zoom now? There we go. I don't know why we didn't want to out zoom. But now we out zoomed it. Sound still working? Okay. Ice cream. I'm doing ice cream. I'm doing ice cream. I'm doing ice cream. Oh, bells of hell. There's like nothing clean. I can drink out of a bowl. I've done worse. Alright, I'm gonna drink out of a bowl. I love it. I'm gonna use my ice cream scoop. Pizza cutter. which works really, really well, especially when it's a round container. Getting that shit right out the middle. If you've never tried using an ice cream or using a pizza cutter, it does work really well, but I'm sure I'm going to over twist and break it at some point. Well, I have multiple. I have 4. I used to order pizza uncut and cut it, but it just got to be too much of a pain in the ass to cut it on my own. Okay. Calories. Gotta do calories. Calories. Does this thing still work? Calories. Calories, calories, calories. Calories. I got my pizza cutter ice cream scoop works really well. I mean, like I want to go small. You gotta go small with that. You don't want to take out too much because it's not made to twist that way. But yeah, it just cuts right through the shit. You can do it, save it off in slivers, you know, like ham or something. Okay, we're gonna give that a whirl. A whirl. Salad. Dishes. I need to do the dishes. The pizza boxes were blocking the microwave. There are now 14 empty pizza boxes, and I have none in the refrigerator. I have to order more. I like it. Love it. Want some more of it? I guess I don't need the long spoon. Although, I wish I did grab it because this is more painful on my already broken hands. That is ice cream. It reminds me of the chocolate from Neapolitan ice cream. Like generic Neapolitan ice cream. Went down the wrong pipe. Because I nailed it. Like a genius. Did you hear that? I only like the liquid stuff. Delicious. gracious. I need a place to put this. Yes. There we go. Now we've got soup. Add a little bit of chocolate to my chocolate ice cream. I have no idea how much it is because it's not in the glass. We're just gonna wing it. So I'm adding chocolate to my chocolate to make it more chocolatey. I also have some of this kind of, oh man, there's no spoon. Nothing? You're putting Nesquik in here, which tastes surprisingly are suspiciously similar to hot chocolate mix. Such bitch about it. Alright, now it's getting brown. I have to add, did I add milk to it yet? No. No, dog, your tummy is not good. Milk. Is that a lot? Yeah. I feel like I'm done with chocolate additives. And now I'm just going to pour my unwhipped whipping cream directly in there. No! I mean, I'll open it, but fuck you. You understand me? Okay. Will I need that? Okay. I wish I had a cup. Lost my balance. When I tilted backwards. Are you scratching on my chair? Are you scratching on the sofa? So? Ah, pretty laughable. You are broken down. Okay. Salt, just a pinch. I don't know how to do a pinch from a shaker. We're gonna call it a shake. Pepe Le Pew. Is French? I think. God, he was definitely a creeper. Has Pepe Le Pew been canceled? I feel like he needs to have been. Oh my god, that was good. I drank like 1,000 calories. I must watch. Okay, here we go. I'm sitting down. Now he's gonna go lick the floor, hoping that I dropped something. I mean, of course I did not. Oh, I gave him new water. Some water giver newer. Damn, this is still only flashing 1. Does that mean that it's still charging that thing? That's good shit. Okay. That means that if this one dies, I've got something of a backup. Okay. Doug and I are both scratching. I guess we both have fleas. When I was married, there was a dog there. Toby was his name, and when he would scratch like a dog does, I would say, "What are you doing? You got fleas?" She would get so mad. You know, like saying that I was somehow saying something about her cleaning. Like, do you really think that I think the dog has fleas? She said, I don't want you saying that. I don't want people thinking that. I'm like, what are you talking about? We're here. There's no one here. We're home. I don't want you to accidentally say that out in public. You know, we accidentally said that our dog has fleas. Like, yeah, people think we have fleas. I'm like, you think people are gonna think we have fleas? She was so concerned about what people would think all the time, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. My daughter, we would be out somewhere, and my daughter would like start coughing, you know, just because kids get sick or shit, you know, and she, and I would, and I'm like, that sounds nasty. We are switching you to light cigarettes. And then my then wife would be like, and I'd say this in front of other people. You know, my daughter would start coughing, and I would say, "We are switching you to light cigarettes." And and the other adults would like start laughing, and then my my then wife would say, "He's just kidding. He's just kidding. She doesn't smoke. She doesn't smoke." And they're looking at her like, "We know, we know he's just kidding." But she felt like she had to explain what I was saying because like people weren't going to understand that I was joking about letting my 8-year-old daughter smoke. I remember doing this when she played soccer. She was 8 years old, and I remember like we were standing next to the other soccer parents, and then my daughter came running over and she said something, and then she started coughing like, and we're just like, oh Jesus, we are switching you to light cigarettes. And then the other parents laughed. She's like, he's just kidding, he's just kidding. We don't let her smoke. And like the other parents are looking at her like, are you serious? We know he's kidding. On the car ride home, she just like, I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you said that. And I'm like, do you really think they thought we let the kids smoke? And she just like, and she didn't say anything. She didn't answer that question. Like, you really, oh my God, you really did think that they thought that? She's like, well, they might have. And I'm like, no, they wouldn't have. We don't smoke. What are you talking about? When are we going to go out and buy cigarettes just for the kid? That doesn't make sense. She's like, yeah, you shouldn't have said that. That's what she says. 8 years old, and let's see, she's 15 years ago? Jesus. 15 years ago. Jesus. My daughter graduated from, both the daughters graduated from high school 5 years ago. But the one daughter, my motherless daughter, well, it's out there somewhere. He hasn't spoken to her own child since before my daughter graduated from high school. Since before my daughter was 18. So the last time that the bitch that I married talked to her own child, if she even acknowledges that she has one, was when my daughter was a minor. She's 23. So I'm just like, I have that relation because I just said something about my kid was 8. I'm like, okay, so 10 years after that is 18. I recognize 18 is significant because I'm like, man, I remember very clearly my daughter turned 18. It's just like, it's a big day. Where's your mom? Nowhere to be found. Your daughter doesn't want shit to do with you. You wanna lift your head up, buddy? I'm gonna put this on. You wanna put this up? Lift your head up. There you go. How's that, buddy? You good? Sorry you can't see him, but he wants his head up, man. What can I say? He's a good duck. This is the bitch that I married. Has not spoken to her own child or seen her own child since my daughter, since before she was 18. But I recognize just the milestone is it's the when she graduated from high school, and I guess it turning the 18. So many milestones that a parent should not miss out on, man. My daughter was her end of her teenage years. You know, she missed It was like it was part of 16, all of 17, all of 18. Like turning 18 is a big deal. I took her out and we bought lottery tickets. I got $100 worth of lottery scratch off tickets. We went to I gave her $100 and I said, "Come on, we're going to the gas station." So, do you want to buy cigarettes? You can buy them if you want to. Don't smoke them, please, but you can. Do you want to buy? She bought a lighter. Do you want to buy? She bought a cigarette lighter because she can. So I had her buy a cigarette lighter. I had her buy a lottery ticket. What else did I have her do? I had her do other stuff too. She got scratch off tickets, and then I had her get some actual lottery tickets. The full drawing lottery tickets. I don't remember what else I had her do. She was 18. I said, "Do you want to go buy a gun?" I don't remember what else happened at 18. I don't recall. But there was like I made a list of all the things like right here, when she was 17 years old, I said, "Here's the things you cannot do, but here's things that you will be able to do when you turn 18." I think I wrote voting on there but like that was at the bottom of the list. That she didn't care about. I'm like, "Here, you can smoke cigarettes if you want to. Please don't." I was thinking, what else do you have to be 18 to buy? I think you have to be 18 to buy like spray paint. Like somebody comes over, try to buy spray paint on the self checkout. The dog's adorable. His eyes are closed so tight. He's a good little one. He twitches all the time because I talk all the time. I assume he's dreaming about me. I mean, I'm talking nonstop while he's trying to sleep, but I assume that that's going to encroach. Although I don't know. He spent a lot of time with me, I'm going to have to say that. Every day since 9 weeks. 9 weeks, oh puppy. He was little when I first got him. He was like 5 pounds. He was little. Little. Terrible judge of distance when they're that little. Terrible judge of distance. He would come running, like my daughter would be sitting on the floor and he would just come running full sprint and he didn't realize he had to like jump into her lap sometimes, so he would just like run full sprint into her legs and like wouldn't jump at all. He's like, "Why didn't I get into your lap?" It's like, you didn't jump. He would jump way too late sometimes, just crash into her legs. Sometimes he would jump way too early, he's like bounce and then jump again. Just trying to figure out how to jump into her lap. The one time, full sprint, comes running around the corner, and he goes and he just he was in her lap, and then he didn't jump. Full sprint, he didn't jump until he was in her lap already. It's like boom, all a full momentum, straight gut shot. Hilariously funny. It's like it knocked the wind out of her. This little bitty missile came running. Just forgot. Just could not get that jump right for a long time. It's like when you wanted to run and jump into your lap, you just couldn't get it right. Poor guy. I tried to steam and I couldn't do the steam. Wonder if I can go back to the restore point. Probably not. Does my hair look okay? It's curly hair. Leave it alone. That's the rule with curly hair. Leave it alone. Does it look okay? Leave it alone. The more you mess with it, the less okay it's gonna look. It took a long time to get there, but I'm there. Just to leave it alone. Although I did just run my hands through it, which I don't do, but I haven't itch. Please. Apparently the dog doesn't have them anymore, but I got bit. The problem is I got bit in one spot and now I feel weird all over. Or maybe I did get bit all over. Maybe I've been continuously bit and I just don't realize it. Damn, that sucks ass. I feel tired. Sandwich. Bacon, bacon, bacon sandwich. I do want a bacon sandwich. I haven't had bacon in a while. Oh, I don't know why. You get that occasional, like, hard. I don't dig that, you know? Shit. My foot's caught in there. Yeah, I'm sorry. Ugh. Freedom. Like William Wallace in the end of Braveheart. Freedom! I do need to have the camera up there. I look less psycho-like. Because if the camera's down there, I look more psycho-like because you can see the white above my eyes. So I look more like this. And this is more scary looking, I think. But if the camera's above, then I'm looking up and then you see the white under my eyes, and that's more yin. Senpaku eyes. Like yin is good, yang is unsettling. Or the other way around. I don't remember. Senpaku eyes. What? I am tired. I know. We should do more drugs about it. I could sleep. I wonder if I would enter another realm. Man, I want to make multiple jumps. I don't like the small shifts, man. I mean, the big ones are okay as long as I can figure it out. I like when I can't figure it out. But I haven't made a big jump in a while, and I think I need some change. I'm gonna go a couple of steps. I want it to feel a little like it's further away. Well, I mean, I want it to be better. I just prefer actually. Dude, we can not. It could be better or not. I go and not. I go unnoticed. Oh no, my hair hit right there. I'm just gonna shut my eyes for a second. feel like I was doing something. Well, I'm tired. Why am I tired all of a sudden? After I woke up from my nap, which might have been like a minute long for a week. It wasn't 2 weeks, I would have died. Shucks. Unfortunate. Sorry about that. Well, they're great. Oh, I am tired. I have to end the live stream and go to bed. I did so many drugs today. It's catching up. A lot of drugs. Out of the edibles. 500? 500 total? Edibles throughout the day. I need to stand up. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm like dozing off. I feel like I need to eat just a little bit more of something. I just don't have a little bit more of anything. You're laying in an awkward spot, little dog. I did it. I got around you. Damn it. Nothing there. A shot of hellfire. Boring. I need to go to the store. Okay. Answer falling down. Sorry, I have to go to sleep. I have to end the live stream. I'm not even on it. I feel a little bit of the tired's. One or two of the tired's. Yeah. I can go to sleep. Thank you for watching. Yep. No. Why is the mouse not working? Why is the mouse not working?